Hello, Mimikyu. What harebrained scheme are you plotting today? Almost. It wasn't for the black parts. Well, and the red cheeks. And the movement. Basically everything. So was his hypothesis, and it ended up being fake. Being a lie, a sham, a charlatan. I don't know why that lagged, but... Welcome back to the Adventures of Ace Attorney, where I felt like doing stuff because we've been on this case for a while. That's rude. Not all scientists are wrong. 9 out of 10 scientists are wrong. Also, what is his name again? Albert Harebrain. Okay. Because, like, I just noticed he has a name tag, and I don't think it says that. I mean, granted, I can't really read cursive, but... Let's get a zoom in and enhance on his name tag. I could see it saying Albert, but I don't know what the other thing says. It's just an H and then, like, Hua? It's just nothing. It's just absolutely gibberish, which is what most cursive comes down to in the end. It's just a bunch of squiggles, and people are like, no, it's fancy. But no, it's not. You just, like, fumbled your wrist around a bit and made something that some could say is a letter, but I feel like hieroglyphs would be more coherent than this. And those are just drawings. I feel like wingdings are more, readable than cursive sometimes. Yes, clearly that's the issue. Scientists are wrong because they can't read their own notes. So they go back to read their notes and they're like, doesn't make any sense, but I wrote it down, so it must be true. I don't know what Albin means. Albin and the Chipmunks, maybe? No. It has to be a hare. I hope you're having a good day. But today our goal is gonna be to, beat this case. Crack this case wide open. And if you forgot, because I did, last time we were here, we found the engineer, Mr. Drebber, or whatever. And, he blew up Harebrain's machine, and also Kazuma's probably alive. I don't know why he's still listed as masked man. I also don't know why anyone with amnesia would wear a mask. We're still trying to figure that one out. This guy is dead. He died as a man. And we're trying to prove that the scientist guy is not a criminal. He may be wrong, but he's not in the wrong. Does that make sense? It shouldn't. But it probably does to someone. I mean, I can just speak in cursive. Maybe all of you are actually really good at reading cursive, because you can apparently make something coherent out of what I'm saying. You know, it's kind of weird how you can tell, like, who's an important character just from their profile pictures. You know? It's like, all of these are so well-detailed, well-shaded, and then you get, like, to this guy who has a very simple thing. It's like, you're clearly not going to see this picture again. And, like, you're going to see this one a lot. And you got Gina and Gregson. This lady is a little less detailed, but still has some good shading. Clearly a fan favorite character. And then you got Balloonman, who looks like he's from, like, the background of a 2002 cartoon. Just something about the way his lips are outlined and the way his chin is drawn is just like, you're never gonna see this picture again. He's not important. The child may come up again. They also never gave him a name. He is just Bohemian Boy. But I'm sure we're gonna, like, take off the bandages and he's gonna have, like, a third eye in the middle of his hair. Or a coin. But anywho, back to adventure. The only thing I really remember is that he blew up the machine. We found him in a safe for whatever reason. I don't know why he thought that was a good idea. And he was the one who basically made the entire contraption that eventually killed Mr. O'Diasman. Why? I don't really know. You are completely in the right. But we need to prove that you're in the right. And that the scientist is not involved. I believe that's probably the angle they're gonna go for, is like, well, this man did say that he basically designed this whole thing, but, we need to make sure the scientist isn't, you know, a conspirator. It's like, but Hairbrain already, like, he's been defending his hypothesis this whole time. Like, why would he just openly go, oh yeah, I guess it was fake? Well, actually, the guy did admit, like, he didn't want to kill you, he wanted to scare you off. He set the timer to be really long so that you would, you know, run away from the bomb. And then he was like, but I didn't expect you to stand around talking about it. And then, you know, Gregson just kind of looked over at Sholmes for a bit. Of all the things I ran through my mind, you sitting there talking about running away from a bomb was not one of them. Also true, he did openly admit that he set up the bomb, we got the signal, and then it blew up the machine. A guard is probably dead, or at least wounded, but it's hard to tell because they all have the same mustache. Except for the ones that don't. But like the guy standing behind the scientist here, he could have been the one standing guard. Looked exactly the same. But anyways. Good morning to you, Mr. Naruto. Yeah, good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? No. I hope so. I should be. Even I, with nothing left to... Good morning, my dear fellows. Oh yeah, I forgot to change his outfit back. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're here. Right? Just gonna... Just gonna go ahead and... I mean, I do like their outfits. I'm not really sure about his. So. Suddenly, I'm wearing a hat. Why, naturally, a true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times, excluding those 50 times I have never been here. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll see you later, then. Yeah, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today. Yes, do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. Yes, I will. I realize it was a mistake, but I... My dear fellows, I must interject. Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter? Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not? To be cast in my direction? Sorry? I don't follow. Must I spell it out? I, the great Herlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclaim, arose to some ungodly hour to be here now, first thing in the morning. A miracle, you must agree. Well, if I must agree, then sure. As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed. I'm surprised one of those tactics wasn't pouring hot tea over him, but never mind. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bestirred. I should just stop talking, really. Every time I say words, something happens. I'm not writing the game on purpose. I think. Oh my, Iris has been busy. Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice. Ah, I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory. You are competing with a child, sir. Sorry to cut in. Oh, Inspector Gregson. Good morning. Gregson, my dear fellow, why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour? I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh? Dear me, are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor? What? I don't know. Poor Professor. Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for. What paperwork? I ain't asked for any paperwork. Ah, I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful. You should probably read. You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out in the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report. They're mass murderers. Who killed 5 members of the aristocracy? Or whatever. He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. It's all done under wraps. Much like my chips. He was quickly executed soon after the trial. Publicly. It's all in here. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Yes, much obliged, Gregson. That's slowly, a lot of the yard are doing what we can. In the shadow of the great Detective Sholmes, of course. And then, Professor Harebrained, this is it. Today, we're gonna lay all this to rest at last. I wish you the best of luck, Professor. Even though I should be wishing, someone else luck. To not go crazy when eventually something stupid happens. I suppose he'll be in there today, will he? Drebber. Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness. And also maybe as, the threat. I'm still amazed you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much. Counsel and the defendant and whoever she is. Trial's about to resume. Kindly make your way to the courtroom at once. This is it then. The final chapter of chapter 3. Funny, my heart's racing a little. And I'm out of oil. I need to change my heart oil. I felt this before, actually. This strange foreboding, as if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. Is Kazuma gonna show up and, like, slam the desk on the other side? Like, no, you're wrong! And then we'll stab him. Please let us stab him, at least once. Stop dropping your cards, Magician Man. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare the courtroom to be in session again. No, we are not allowed to lose his sword. He'll probably be like, no, it served you better than it ever served me. Or he'll just never remember and we will cry. And then stab him. Are the counsels of prosecution and defense ready to proceed? Oh no, he's already there. The prosecution is ready, my lord. I'm over here. The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Van Zeeks and his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss. The memory lost apprentice. If I may, Lord Van Zeeks. Yes, my lord. There used to be someone standing at your side. I should warn you, if you throw a chalice in his head, he'll probably die, so don't do that. Yes, my apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. It's already so complex. Please don't make it more complex. Really? Was that really required to teach him how to do that? How to cut a cork off of a bottle? Hello, Riesling. Hope you're having a good day. Yeah, I need to change a thing, I guess. 1 second. But like, of all the things to teach a guy with memory loss, you're like, I will teach him how to slice and dice all of my unhallowed chalices with my fine red wine. That is the only reason I accepted him as an apprentice. Actually, I guess we have Kurama, so Kurama should be over here. There we go. I have therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial, along with the smooth running of wine into my hollowed chalice. And the smooth running of liquid refreshments, by the look of it. I'm just gonna leave. You guys can just read what it says, right? Because clearly, I already know what's going to be said. The way he holds himself. The way he moves. He will probably dodge the chalice by like leaning over, and then he'll pick up another chalice and hand it to Van Zeeks. And then open another bottle for him. It couldn't be anyone else. And he's still suffering from amnesia. So convenient. So there's really nothing we can do at the moment. I know, but oh, this is so very hard. Why don't we just go over and punch him? I'm sure if I tossed him across the room like I tossed you, he'll get his memory back, right? It appears the prosecution's done a fine job responding to the demands of the court made yesterday. I understand you successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene of the day in question. That was us, actually. Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly. Also, he set us up the bomb. Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today, are you willing to proceed? Of course, my lord. Sure, we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty, even though we will probably mess it up. I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it oh so very wearing. I suddenly feel that I should not be standing here, or sitting here, beside this lady, to take a man's life without a conjuring trick. With a conjuring trick. It's against the magician's code, not to mention the law. I don't know if that is against the magician's code. I feel like the magician's code kind of just avoids the topic of someone dying. I think scientists should feel the wrath of God, if you ask me. We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence. And, set on one. That's it, isn't it? One like this in my day. One like this at all. Yes, it was. All parties ready to proceed. You may begin, Lord Van Zeeks. Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. Give it. Yesterday, at the Great Exposition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case, the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed on the experimental stage. I hate all these long words he has to throw out for no reason. Was deliberately destroyed and explosively affected by an unknown person or persons. What do you mean unknown? He admitted it to us. Gregson was there, so you can't say it was just us making it up. It was what? An explosion? This is an outrage. I'm annoyed. Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read the machine was blasted to smithers, and the wreckage reduced to ashes and flames. I have here the photographic print. It makes me laugh. Of the scene, taken in the wake of the explosion. Oh, well, great. That's just proof we need. It shows what little remains of the machine. Ah, yes, a terrible business. He did it to destroy the evidence, did he? That Drebber. Court will take this print as evidence, counsel. Post-explosion photographic has been entered to the court record. Late yesterday afternoon, the prosecution afforded to the machine by the Special Whatever Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. Shut up. As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. Indeed, most unfortunate state of affairs. Oh, no, it won't. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that we can be certain. For it is the accused himself who was operating the machine and who ultimately caused its loss of control. Objection. As Lord Zeeks Van rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Asmund died as a result of the accidents caused by a machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Names, counsel, if you please. The engineer. And the victim himself, Mr. Odai Asmund. Also, we just got the real reason I wanted to keep this outfit on him. Just gonna... Gonna give you the full view of this. There we go. Look at that little mouse. His little flower ears and his tiny hat and his tiny sword. And it's just gonna be there. Except for when it's not. Because I feel like this is the first time we've seen it since the trial began. And I don't think it would be hidden at that angle. But whatever, it's fine. Lock that real quick. What is... There we go. Every time I clicked on something, it was trying to select the background. I was like, I don't really need you to do that. The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drever, and the victim himself, Mr. Odai Asman. So what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing an unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Thank you, counsels. Positions of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Van Zeek, summon your first witness, please. I didn't get to respond, but alright, at once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Dreber, to the stand. I think we're just gonna ignore all the times he, like, outright threatened to kill us. And also, self-admitted in front of a detective that he, set up the bomb. State your name and occupation for the court. Name, Enoch Dreber. Occupation, cyborg. Hard to pin down, I would say. See that black monocle? Yes, why do I feel I've seen it somewhere before? Oh, you too? I had exactly the same feeling myself. Your file indicates you're currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? Most extraordinary sounding business. But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Leave it from your mind. You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exposition some days ago. The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration. I thought he was going to say machine, but it was demonstration. Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? It was you, Dreber. I'm pretty sure his hand just clipped through that paper. It was you, Mr. Dreber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment, or so our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it, in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all. Then court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. Surely this man having gears for a hand must be illegal, right? An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. What? Good gracious! Do you mean to say the experiment was a bona fide? Is that your belief, sir? Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up. Objection? You blew it up. You've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick. Objection. You've established nothing of the sort. Ah, I think I see where you thought he disappeared. His shoulder is covering up the apprentice's face, but you can still see his hood in the back. It just kind of blends in. Also strange that the wine bottle is still here. It usually disappears by now. You've established nothing of the sort. Yeah, we did. Stop talking, please. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of stage trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more. You haven't established that it does work, so take that. But we procrastinated long enough, I feel. That summarizes this entire game, doesn't it? We procrastinated long enough. Let's just get to the end of this, please. Witness, you'll now give your formal testimony about the machine you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exposition. Understood. We can get the faces. Weird. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Asman's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would require a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed, somehow. Body double? That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't. It's a basic thing, a basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asmund had no twin siblings. It's my understanding that this all witness is well-versed in conjuring artfulness. But such sounds do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine. Whatever do you mean? Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Trevor. Indeed it did, my lord, as a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elect government grant money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it is true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field. Investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for a young talent in science here. Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves, but can you prove it's his? If my hypothesis is sound, it can only be forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past. Would you therefore assert that the explosion machine was an unfortunate accident, or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by the misuse of the scientist? Nothing of what he says makes any sense. Counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. I'm tired of this. Yes, my lord. Oh, there it is. I don't know why I thought it was... Well, first off, we never read these. Redacted for confidentiality. Okay, whatever. Just say who it was, who cares? A key? This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? Definitely no way you could remove the mask yourself if it was put on by you. What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal. I know, sorry to make livid actually. Mr. Naruhodo, please. I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden. You'd be utterly helpless. Well, yes, that's true. But I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger. Oh, right. Sorry. I mean, can we take off the thing? I mean, I guess Miss Tusples has the key. Little metal plaque here, look. Fostering bludgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery. Seems rather ironic, doesn't it? Clearly Mr. Trevor was a very talented scientist. Nothing important here then, huh? Piece of glass is almost thick as it was wide. You never see anything like it. When you compare it to a human, only Mr. Sholmes had such thick skin. There's really no need for such comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know. Anyway, Columbia from the Crystal Tower, surely. Yeah, I think so too. Probably made especially to meet the demands of that great structure. And like, clearly you can see here, he was just dropped down. Of course, that's it. Mr. Aspen has a twin. We have already established that is stupid. Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Aspen had no twin siblings. No, I heard you before. But the thread of hope hadn't quite left me. Demonstration could have been a trick if there was somebody who looked sufficiently like the victim. But Dr. Sai absolutely ruled that out as a possibility. Give me the thing. It is beyond question the victim himself, Mr. Asman, did move from stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to this fact. So it can't have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Mr. Asman, then. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? No, nothing. Just that the idea of someone who looked like identical to the victim is playing on my mind. I don't know. I don't know if we have what we need yet. It crashed head first, you say? According to the many witnesses' reports from that there at the time, yes. Were you not there at the exhibition grounds on that day? Why does he have to do this? Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop. Yet another of your unique inventions was found at the scene. Well, it was the unveiling of the machine I labored over for many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes, the birdcage plummeting headfirst into that tower. What a surprise that you just contradicted yourself and proved that you cannot be trusted. I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it? How would you have come by that information? Even an infernal recluse like me reads newspapers, you know. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body. Yeah, he'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver, believed belonging to the defendant, and he had broken vertebrae as a result of the fall from the considerable height. Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems. We're all here. Do we know which injury was the fatal one? Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet at the level where such things can be determined. What we do know is the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. And since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken, you know. It's obvious he fell from a considerable height. I suppose it's hard to deny. You understood the science, did you? Not in the slightest. Oh, right. As I've said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. I would be inviting a manifold of problems if I foolishly allowed my brain to digest the ideas behind them. Screwdrivers are known for being fatal. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example. I guess that's true. How is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on? Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you? Rude? But also, no? Hello, Doof. Thanks so much for the host. A very good point. Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. The point is the experiment results as instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, science must be sound. Yes, and really, experimental results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis. Certainly very sure of himself. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah, the machine's been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion. It's gonna be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or another. Unable to establish it was a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science, we have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Harebrain's innocence. As Mr. Asman's his man stand blah 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 takes advantage of naivety and unbending belief in his work, and I won't let him get away with it. Seeing the professor's old friend Lord Van Zeeks, what on earth must he be feeling towards Rebber? Yeah, I thought so. The hole's at the bottom, not the top. Examine the bird cage at the crash of the Crystal Tower ourselves. And you can see the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage to one particular spot. Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the Crystal Tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. All the breakages of the wood are at the base of the bird cage, not the top. What are you saying? That's the opposite of where they should be. That's right, my lord. Birdcage at the scene is damaged in its base. So he reports the birdcage falling headlong into the Crystal Tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two bird cages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Now we're already... Good gracious! Explain yourself, witness. Error. If we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates it crashed tail first into the tower. Objection! But multiple witnesses' reports claim it fell head first. The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage, following a spontaneous explosion. The altitude of some 60 feet above ground level, which is approximately 18 meters. Thank you for that useless information. It is then proceeded to fall some 30 feet in the Crystal Tower in the ensuing deflagration. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable. There's too many to be unreliable. The victim's neck was broken. Objection. He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However it fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed. Ha 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 ha. A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Though to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebra, actually. He wasn't quite for long. I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Van Zeeks. One is clearly a swindler and one who deceived a personal friend of his. You're gonna establish his deception. Do it right. Sorry? Feel like that's the undertone here. Yes, and there's one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. Obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates. What? Seems to me the cross-examination better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Drebber, you admit your testimony- what? Of this truth. Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically, after all. I nearly had him there. Can we get this guy to a doctor? Like, cyborgs don't exist yet. Nowhere else 30 feet from the birdcage to have fallen from. What do you mean? Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on stage in front of the audience. Yeah, lots of witnesses who saw Mr. Asmund on the experimentation stage, that's true. And the victim's neck broke as a result of an impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere. Give me the thing. The balloon that exploded was an altitude of 60 feet. The impact to the tower was 30 feet up. Difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance the birdcage fell. There is no other location from which the cage could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky above the Crystal Tower. A trenchant scientific analysis. Dear me, every time I hear you explained, it sounds increasingly plausible. Oh yes, it all very well thought out. Certainly all the spectators of the day saw it. Birdcage plummeting 30 feet through the air, I mean... Irritatingly, yes. You got the crystal tower thing from the balloon. And that's the balloon. And he's clearly right there. Why do I feel like that gold's thing on the sign's gonna be important? What if I present my armband? He could have fallen through my armband and then fell through my eternal despair. That's well more than 30 feet, right? Guys? 30 feet? Like, it's gotta be the stage, but... Like, is it the stage, or is it the picture of the stage? You know, right there, where the giant hole in the ground is, you know? Fell through the screwdriver. Yes, that's what must have happened. Okay, whew. This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. Okay. Now that somehow the birdcage appeared in midair before falling down the crystal tower, with a boom! A fall about 30 feet, or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, see there is one other possible location which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. No! Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel. I don't care. Yes, my lord. You will indicate the place to which you are referring. Same diagram. Alternative location where the birdcage could have possibly fallen requires 30 feet. Right here? If it had fallen from here, birdcage would have plummeted the same 30 feet distance. Objection. That is my learned friend's claim. I suggest he demonstrates for the court, personally. Huh? I may consider this a petarding gift, counsel. So it wasn't under the thing? Or maybe I was too low. I think I just hit the deck 30 feet up anyway now. Don't give me a recluse to make the next fall from 60 feet up, Okay, maybe he wants where he was, and not where he ended up. Okay, the music stopped. Place I'm referring to is here. But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with. It's exactly the point, my lord. Yeah, the birdcage is the machine on stage. What we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. Go on, counsel. Turns out the experimental stage was built on a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it's about the same height above ground as the balloon was above the crash site. When the experiment got underway, the machine and birdcage were engulfed in steam. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave away, and if we assume there'd be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience must have fallen exactly the same distance. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two! Two? My learned friend has no evidence to suggest the stage has such a contrivance in its design. You could literally just see that. We could just go there. Someone responsible for the criminal destruction of the kinesis machine itself, it's true. However, the stage still stands. Take a moment to look at the photographic print. It makes me laugh. Every time. Scene following yesterday's explosion. It's to fall for. Good lord, metal grill from the form of the floor on the machine is undone. Yeah, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. Defense calls for the space below stage to be investigated. Immediately. Well, alright. Mr. Trevor. Uh-oh. It was you who built the kinesis machine, which means that it was you who built the 2 bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. You can't prove that. I don't have fingerprints, I have metal. Whether Professor Harebrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference, because it's the construction of this machine that matters. A machine designed to take Mr. Asmund's life. And lay the blame firmly at the Professor's door. Something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Anoch Trevor. Grr. Watch me do that, robot. Objection. Cut this thing, please. Okay, thank you. I'm going to clean that up later. If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions... Sorry, I had to wait for him to, sheath the sword. It would interrupt me otherwise. Why did I even open that bottle if he was just gonna break the glass? Why am I the apprentice of this guy? He just breaks glass in front of me. The prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly but surely, unlike the glass of my hollowed chalice, which I crushed swiftly and soundly. What? Your argument fails to hold water, much like my broken chalice, on 2 counts. Much like on this stage, where there are 2 counts. There's me, and then there's this guy. Firstly, before and after the experiment, the witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of the staff from the exposition has attested to that. And I believe the members of Scotland Yard have also been watch duty at every public experiment. In other words, Mr. Jebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages. And I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to. The nonsense, the crossbow, that doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed the tower were one and the same. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal at that point. And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. Though, neither did the accused, but that's not the point either. A motive? Do I have to think of everything myself? Welcome to this universe, Ryu. I have had the contract provided by the witness and by my apprentice here, who gave me the paper. What contract is this, Lord Van Zeeks? Contract which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Asman. It reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all ruminations from government grants or other income. 30%? Certainly very favorable contractual conditions. But there was one very important provision bolted onto that clause. What provision? Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asman's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor reason to complete the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil. I thought it was null. There's often usually more than just money. Seems the defense assertion was somewhat wide off the mark. Lord Van Zeeks, you will submit the contract as evidence, please. And then, let them read it. It's true. Drebber had no opportunity to switch birdcage under the stage with the one in the Crystal Tower. Hang on, while my head's down, I'm gonna read real quick. Fun and labor, the materials extracted super high voltage, instantaneous cuisine. Alive. See, their cursive is pretty legible. I mean, it's still ugly and gross and should probably just be regular print. And also, who writes an O like that and connects it to the M? There's a limitation on how full of yourself you can be, sir. Even if you're a criminal mastermind, this writing style is the true criminal party. But they're still legible. Kind of. Admittedly, the S in Asmon definitely looks more like a knife. But you could stab someone with that A. Hey, I'm stabbing you! Which I guess is kind of... maybe that's a point? Because, I mean, the thing that stabbed him was an A. Was shaped like an A. Maybe the knife S was on purpose. Even though, you know, it was a screwdriver. But I've used a knife as a screwdriver before. I may have half less of a finger because of it, but, you know. Hello, Gum. Hope you're having a good day. The finger thing was a joke, though I had a cut at one point. But I've used a knife as a screwdriver for like a flathead thing because I didn't have a flathead screwdriver. I have one now. But anyways. Jabber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage onto the stage of the one in the Crystal Tower. He couldn't have done it. And in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. There is one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. Eh? There were 2 bird cages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. Ah! Oh, no. Other way around. Unless you count stabbing cardboard with a screwdriver. I've done that. So I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo. I've also used a screwdriver to cut tape, but, you know, that's just... No doubt there are other aspects to your assertion that are undeniable truths, too. Well, it would seem... defense has no rejoinder to offer. Ha 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 ha, I mean ka-hoo. Well, I must say, I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. Your reputation was already pretty defiled, but the prosecution counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit. Objection! Do we really need the triple stun? Okay. At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only 1 birdcage, and now we know there must have been 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Get to the point, please. Today's demonstration was constructed and set up entirely by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. So if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, points to the fact that someone else was involved. Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. Mr. Drebber had an accomplice. Objection! An accomplice cell. Well then, I presume you're prepared for what's to come? Now that you're accusing not only this witness but someone else of the most serious of crimes. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. Okay. I've been out of court for 6 months. What else can they do to me? You intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter? I wouldn't have said it if I didn't. What do I do here? At the moment, this is little more than hunch on my part. You know, the Naruhodo clan's greatest Asset. Bluffing. I don't know for sure if Juror had an accomplice, or even if he really is the culprit here. Come on, believe in yourself a little bit, Ryu. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear, as a lawyer. What's my stance gonna be? Did Juror have an accomplice, or not? Yeah. The defense is ready to name Mr. Trevor's accomplice. Somehow the two bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. Unless... inconsistency itself is a clue.
Counsel?
Yeah, my lord.
You have received a stark warning already. You're nevertheless determined. Must ask you now to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So, your answer, please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Jabba's accomplice?
Well, it would have to be the only person who could have falsified the thing. Name of the person in question is... What's wrong, my Nipponese friend? Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that. No, it's not the apprentice. He hasn't spoken, so I don't feel like it could be him. And also, on the same day, he was with Lord Van Zeeks being attacked. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. I'm sure it'll be alright, Miss Naruto. I'm still on your side. Thank you, Miss Sasato. Enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. Alright then, here goes. You've kept us waiting long enough. It's been 5 seconds. Your answer, counsel? No. That's the first time he's called us counsel. Person colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Scythe.
What the blaze are you talking about? Dr. Scythe?
The head of the forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim? What? I totally didn't see that coming. You know, there were 2 bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It could only have been that team's presence. It's essential the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. Defense demands Dr. Scythe be summoned as a witness stand to testify. I wonder if this will be the only time we don't have to deal with messing with the jury.
Got nerve, lad! Standing up there, dragging the yard's name through the mud.
I didn't mean to...
I know the woman very well. No better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal?
My learned friend's imagination appears to be wider than the East End at night. That's not very wide, actually. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. Grave problem? Heh, grave. Because there's a dead guy. Oh my word. Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? What?
Certainly if the bird cage contained the body, victim was exchanged for another. That cage must also have contained a body.
And yet, no missing burns or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Lasman. Yeah, that's true. But arguments there were 2 bird cages, and there must have also been 1 person inside each. I don't know if I got an answer to this yet, have I? How can I reveal how this body double stunt was achieved? Name someone or present evidence? Do I have evidence? I think it's the wax. They keep going on about how lifelike it is. Hey, well, defense will address my learned friend's concerns by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asman's body double.
Good gracious, evidence? I do hope this isn't filibustering, counsel. I was expecting a name.
If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now.
Body double at the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage. Means that any witness could have only seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared in that explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? Why do they keep changing from feet to meters? Aha! Body double inside the second birdcage was... We know the victim, Mr. Asman, was in the birdcage that's situated inside the kinesis machine on stage. Therefore, he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contained something else. What described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed in the Crystal Tower. Yes, Counsel, according to your somewhat elaborate version of events. That body double inside the second birdcage was, in fact... It's alright, Mr. Naruhodo. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself. Much like how this wax figure was stolen. And come out with it. Thank you, Mrs. Sato. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there!
Why? Wait, why is it here? Was it always there? When was it here? Wait. Who put that there?
Oh, sorry, I was pointing at the wrong thing.
Mimikyu, how did you steal it from the Waxwork Museum? Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. Though I am only showing one.
Okay.
Now tell me, what are you playing at?
I'm playing Ace Attorney. The great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Stand firm now, Ryusuke. This is time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. Oh, dang it. My Japanese spirit is lackluster right now. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor.
You started by indicating the leader of the forensic investigation team. 1 second. Hello, Random. Hope you're having a good day. And also, do you use cursive, Random? If so, do you write your S's like this? The left name at the bottom is Odiasman, but his S is clearly a knife. Do you write your S's as knives? But Mimikyu. Welcome to the middle of the courtroom where we're accusing a waxwork model of murder. Does it? I haven't written cursive in forever. Not seriously, at least. So you write as a knife. Hang on, I'm gonna look up cursive S. Do they always look like knives? No, it doesn't. Looks nothing like a knife. They look more like the and symbol than a knife. Well, that's for the capital. The little one also just looks more like a D. But I guess they took some liberties with how straight it was. Present evidence. Okay, according to mycursive.com. Can't believe I'm gonna save this image. The S in his name looks like a knife, and it's relevant because he was stabbed by an A-shaped thing. Well, that was the screwdriver. Oh, they're backwards. Whoops. That's how it's supposed to look. It's supposed to look more like a D just fell over. Or the and symbol. This is not a knife. In any way, shape, or form. Looks more like an iron, really. And that's from mycursive.com, so it can't be wrong. And now they're back to normal. You started by indicating the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice to this crime. And now you've moved to indicating the waxworks?
Yes, that's about the size of it.
But why? And why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give?
If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber.
What?
Just days before Professor Harebrained performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Tuspel's.
Did you say abducted?
2 days after the incident in the Great Exposition, he returned it to the museum.
Then the timing...
Is this true, Mr. Drebber? I told you to cleave that from your mind.
At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. Now the reason's clear. He took it so he could put it inside the second birdcage, as a body double for Mr. Asman.
Objection!
I also just kind of scribble with writing, but I also don't. With the exception of, you know, signing off for stuff with my name, I don't use cursive because I don't care. Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? Huh? That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience. And that, to the effect of the deception, he used a waxwork model in that no way resembles the victim. Are we ready to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Objection!
Objection. Oh, dang it. Wait. Yeah, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible.
My lord, I need to speak, if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. I myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. Somehow. Very good, in that case. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your verdicts to the court to hear now.
Guilty.
This is not...
Guilty.
Guys, you can't...
Guilty.
It's very high-pitched.
Guilty.
He said Gilby. So I guess we do have to do this. Guys, you realize that you're not saying I'm a liar, you're just saying that this guy's guilty of something else.
Indicated by the foreman, jury's reached consensus.
I knew that was gonna happen. We should get through this, Mr. Naruhodo, as we always do, and uncover some new truths along the way. I'm quite sure. Yeah, I agree, I'm gonna have to appeal the jurors as usual, and see if I can persuade them to change their minds.
It will now embark the summation examination. You and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord.
I just don't understand. Literally calling him guilty at this point and does nothing. We've proven that there are 2 bird cages, and somehow he's still guilty of something.
That case should now stay present for the present to hear the grounds on which each of you decided the defendant is guilty of the crime which he was charged.
Alright, what nonsense are they gonna say this time? I'm expecting the corn girl to be our savior.
No doubt, woman, for you. Never be accomplished anything. I'm nonsense. Think those two would ever be conniving with another.
Oh dear, most troubling. But surely the waxwork man's soul has nothing to do with the corona, is it? I have my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much.
Okay, what does that have to do with anything? I've never seen no righteous proof of waxwork ever inside the birdcage. It's a jatter.
Accuse someone without the right evidences. He's not pepper job, is he? I won't have it.
Alright, maybe I was wrong about Corn Girl.
Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings is polarized opinion.
Given its face's obscurity and its built in no way resembles that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting Mr. Asmund's body double.
Yeah, the applause is deafening. Yeah, I know that seems extraordinary, but that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone else realizes.
What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yeah, I can't explain why at the moment. That'd make the game too easy. But I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used. Why it had to be this model.
Really? A reason why and why nothing else would do, you mean?
Yeah, and I'm convinced. Something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like than the victim.
Well, if that's the case, must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs.
Yeah, agreed.
Is it because of the snapped neck? Because it said on the notes he was hanged, right?
You're ready, counsel. You may proceed with the summation examination.
But, like, is the neck snapped on the model? Why is he still back there? I just love the little mouse. Just hands on hips, on his shoulder, like, yeah, let's get this done. I think it's also the first time we've started with the last guy, and then you go to the first guy. Now, I want to press this guy.
What sort of problems?
Let's just say we've run into each other a few numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street.
Right, I see.
Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work close proximity to our audiences. So we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners, and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult. Excuse me, could you, like, stop making noise?
You have something to say in response to that, Mr. Automole?
Who are you talking to called a mass murder?
Sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him.
I don't look anything like the man. You'll be locked up, sonny.
Thanks, Mr. Sholmes.
Alright, it's kind of weird that he, like, rubs up his sleeve as if his band is still there when it's not there.
Perhaps we could move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. Clearly you do.
Back in my day, back in the good old days. Wasn't like this.
What was it like, sir?
Worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. By Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then.
They respected you?
No one would have called a coroner to question them in those days. Coroner's report was the hallmark of investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name to it. She was the best of the best. Apple of the eye.
Hold it. Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens?
Sorry. Got a bit carried away there.
Stevens is Dr. Sight's maiden name.
Her maiden name? But that was before she was married.
Of course, yeah, silly me. Sight now, isn't it?
Stevens. Sure I've seen that name somewhere recently.
Have we? Anyway, the point is, with great old days of policing, not like now.
I didn't interrupt, sir. Do you think you could change your statement to include that name?
Well, yes, I don't see why not, I guess. He was Courtney Stevens back when I knew her, of course. Legendary coroner, even then.
Is her... Oh, I see. She's the one who confirmed that he died. So, could he have been her husband? Right? Let's press it and see if he says more things, I guess.
He was legendary, was she?
What'd you say?
I said she was legendary, wasn't she?
That woman's still the best corona in the land. Head of the forensic investigation team.
Legendary was your description, sir. Not mine.
Rubbish. What word ever passed my lips? Never described anybody that way. Ever. Not the way that's still in the game.
What? I think the point you're trying to make is that Dr. Sai is extremely talented coroner. Would that be fair?
It would. One for the fact that you're trying to drag that legendary woman's reputation through the mud.
I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that legendary.
I hope the mouse doesn't fall or anything. I think we have that, right?
Claim the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick.
Right, I did, but there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there?
Sorry?
I grant you, given what this case appears to have been missed at explosion, there had to have been no need to use a real person. If waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have had the decency to make it look like the victim.
I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency.
The point is, if you're going to make a claim about that waxwork being used inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, just not science.
Suppose we should expect nothing less from logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. Perhaps he means his mind could be changed if we managed to present suitable evidence. Evidence the Professor with waxwork was inside that birdcage. Can I produce that or not?
Yes. I think, if I'm remembering correctly, and I could be wrong, the glass came out of the balloon with the helmet thing.
I have something I'd like you to see, sir.
Oh? I must warn you, I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. Sitting in your jet black outfit.
It's blue right now, but, you know, I guess.
I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here.
You're also... You don't trust anyone in black? Looking in the mirror must be very trying.
I was gonna say, you're also wearing a black coat.
Here was some evidence that proves waxwork was inside that birdcage. Namely...
Oh, it came from the folds of the Professor waxwork. I thought it was in the balloon. Well.
What's that? Piece of glass? No, it's unusually thick for glass.
Yeah, it's a piece of broken glass we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass, though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower.
Crystal Tower? Holy smoke!
Exactly! Holy smoke! I mean, wait, what? No, they have nothing to do with this. Centerpiece of the Great Expedition where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through the window in that special glass.
Or it's a small piece originated, is that it?
Precisely. So what do you say? Now that clear evidence to support the assertion has been placed before you.
Well, as I said, I trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when reasoning shall, it's fair to say callers shouldn't come into it. In light of what you've shown me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter. In that case, you're number 4. You will amend your statement now, please.
Like, we have evidence now, so... Right?
Hey, would you prefer? Put down your coin for a moment, juror number 5. I refuse. Oh, you mean me? You point out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. The accusation of the waxwork model is inside the skirt birdcage the day in question. Not without supporting evidence. The defense demonstrated the juror sitting beside you. Oh, you mean me? Is that right? Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument? I don't understand much about Colonel Cobb, to be honest. Heard he was a murderer too. Oh wait, no, that's Mustard. Colonel Mustard. Yeah, of course you don't.
If I could interject here.
Please do, sir.
How's his assertion about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence? Be wrong of me as a man of science, not to pursue the matter further.
It's always Colonel Mustard. Colonel Cobb is his body double.
Ah, well, me too, then. Sorry? This brain gentleman says he's right, and he must be. See? I, wouldn't dream of going as Colonel Cobb or any of the stuff in between their ears.
Yeah, I feel like there should be an age minimum for this, but, you know, whatever.
Success! If you can call it that. Of course, if you got some evidences, that's a whole nother cob of corn, isn't it? Love the job.
Possibility has been established reasonably and logically, now wants further research.
Oh, okay. So, we do... Has nothing to do with the coroner, but we just looked at the thing.
These two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good gracious! Statements who you prefer, counsel.
Honestly, I thought the scientist guy would go against coroner, but nope.
So, juror number 2. Oh gosh, me? What can I do for you? I presume you heard what juror number 6 said in the statement. It brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Scythe, which in turn revealed a connection that wasn't there before. Well, naturally, as a woman's society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. But oh golly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean. Dr. Scythe's maiden name is Stevens. Stevens Universe, I believe. And through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. Defense has evidence to prove it. My goodness, evidence, you say? How utterly enthralling.
Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. Very much hopes there's substance to your claim.
Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. Evidence clearly links Dr. Scythe to mass murder known as the Professor.
So this one?
Yeah. Take that! I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago.
10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does that have?
It's of course from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork. The killer known as the Professor.
The professor's... but the man was a capital offender, so...
That's right. This is the certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. What's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Oh my, Courtney Stevens?
Strike a light!
What does that mean? Why would... I guess it's like light the road?
Here's the professor's autopsy constructed by Dr. Scythe 10 years ago. A few days ago, Mr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Tuspel's. Waxwork that doesn't, in fact, resemble the victim, Mr. Hasman, at all. And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events? Absolutely, I'm sure of it. No doubt in my mind that the professor case at the heart of a link we've yet to uncover. Between Courtney Scythe and Mr. Enoch Drebber. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is all most extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further. Kaboom, innocent.
Right, can't let this trial come to an end now. Not while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the odds. Best coroner. Not like this in my day, but we're still here, upholding justice to the end.
Oh, kind of surprised he gave in.
Thank you, counsel. That will do. All this combination examination, jury's overall leading has changed. 2 jurors now called guilty. It's 4 called not guilty. Accordingly, the court's failed to reach a consensus at this time.
Could we ask the other two to just say not guilty and get this over with?
We did it! Again! Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Another wonderful victory.
As expected. I've literally never lost one of those. You know, excluding that time where I got something wrong, but that doesn't count as losing.
Waxwork of despicable professor used as a body double for the victim of this quite extraordinary case. I must say it's extremely hard to believe this assertion could possibly be true. However, it appears that it does at least warrant further investigation.
It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link. That missing link.
I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't.
I also hope so, if only so we avoid the 5-year-old. And the old man.
True, sir, by using evidence and testimony.
If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork, also hello, I'm still here if you needed to know that. Of the waxwork in this case. Then prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness.
The owner?
Madam Duspers.
Oh, yeah, I really thought Lord Van Zeeks would object to this whole line of inquiry.
Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Tuspels to appear as a witness with the immediate effect.
Listen carefully, my learned friend, and listen well.
Oh, yeah?
You should know that you're on brink of opening Pandora's box. And I have a key.
During that time, prosecution will summon a new witness and prepare her for taking the stand.
Madam Tuspels, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord. Meanwhile, my apprentice requests that he stretches his legs. Standing completely still is very tiring, as it turns out. To be continued. Well, guys, I guess that's the end now. How many dang breaks does this game take? Is something going to explode? Aha! The Night Herald himself.
Have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes?
I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Even though I paid for the whole seat, I only needed the edge. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs. As a spectator, at least.
I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself, I think.
I have to ask. What on earth is going on? Makes no sense. What's Professor Business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he?
Yeah, of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago.
Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster who came knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies. Ha ha! Ah, you almost died.
Yeah, as it turns out, Lord Van Zeek is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realize, isn't he? Yes, how true. His great friend from university at the dock.
And now a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man.
Make it sound deliberate. I can't help feeling this professor case is really very puzzling.
Oh yes? In what particular manner?
Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Van Zeek. Seems that everybody in the trial is linked to the case somehow. Except for us, who were in Japan.
Yes. In fact, I alone am not a member of the set.
We're here too.
Though that leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection to any other.
Excuse me?
Dr. Scythe.
Ah, Dr. Courtney Scythe, Nee Stevens. Good day to you. What does the knee mean? Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. What in particular, pray? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. Yep, I knew exactly what she was gonna say. Oh, well, you know. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in a laboratory, wielding my scalpel. Thanks for... I mean, if anyone was going to throw Sholmes under the bus, it would be Gregson. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. Sounds like 2020, doesn't it? Haha.
At least I'm on the jury, a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Scythe, and I've accused you of being complacent in what happened. Yeah, that wasn't weird. Helping you take a stand and tell us the truth about what really happened.
That certainly won't be possible. Lord Van Zeeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it.
Lord Strongheart? Who cares?
The Pandora's box you warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information out of me. By attempting to hide from the truth. That's cowardice. I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets, none at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you. Is she the Reaper?
You mentioned it too, this Pandora's box.
Whatever does it all mean? Well, there is a key involved. Bring out the Keyblade. Really no cause for concern, I assure you, when the trial resumes. The meaning will become all too apparent, whether you'd like it to or not.
Huh?
Natsume is not the Reaper, he's in Japan. Yeah, her name literally is Scythe. Now then, I believe it's almost time. Let's make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits! I'm gonna get a refund on the rest of it.
I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much.
Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone.
But if I already had the bone as a dog, I wouldn't be pursuing the bone.
To the end, bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass.
Alright, I understand. Thank you.
Good, I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I'll be giving gnawing as you gnaw away at the truth. Sholmes Caramel? He has his own candy bar line? How is he poor?
What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about chocolate. I mean, whatever may come to pass.
But he should have, well, no, okay. I was gonna say he should at least save money for when he needs to feed Iris, but he's dumb enough to forget.
Time for the final chapter, then, which I said last time. I'm determined to find the truth, no matter what.
But, like, his own candy bars? Do they come with a mystery, like in every wrapper? Name of Her Majesty the Queen. I wonder if we'll meet the Queen at some point. Hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsel, defense, prosecution, are you ready to able to continue? The prosecution is ready, my lord.
Yes, my lord. Defense is also ready.
Court is aware the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Expedition. Now found ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago.
This trial has certainly defied all expectation.
It as seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord.
It's rude, but it's true. So then, let's begin our explanation of defense assertion that Waxburg is certainly involved in this matter. Lord Van Zeeks,
My lord,
are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tuspers?
not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned.
Very well, bring in the witness.
At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Tuspers to the stand.
Things are about to become a lot more intense. Trevor's responsible, as I'm sure he is. Means he must have an accomplice in Dr. Scythe. What connects the pair of them is the waxwork. Yeah, the model of the professor. That's the key to link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present it's all we have to go on.
State your name and occupation, and please throw that in the trash can where it belongs. For the court, please. You know, at some point I did expect Sholmes to be busted for something and appear in court, but not like this. Did he melt off screen? That's also clearly just his model. It's just his head. And they just put it on a rock. It's creepy without eyes.
My name is Madame Esmeralda Tuspers. I'm a waxwork artisan. The proprietress of the Madame Tuspers Museum of Waxwork. You'll have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon.
Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are two of them in the world.
Oh my, what expression is she carving onto that face?
The paper, please. A number of days ago...
Oh, I knew it. His stupid...
Whenever he pulls his hand back, his cloak, like, clips into his side as it resets, instead of just moving to cover his arm. A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this?
Oi, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped.
A waxwork model? Kidnapped?
Yes, my lord, there was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, that was not true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim.
At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odai Asman.
But of course I know him well. He is a part of my odious personages exhibit. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all.
Yeah, but perhaps their faces are very similar.
Are you suggesting we see now the demasked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock.
This is absurd.
Pardon?
I don't know what face you carved your fancy figure beneath that mask, but clearly it won't be that of the actual killer.
Indeed. A man's identity was never made public, after all.
The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His true identity remains a closely guarded national secret, even though there is no reason for him to be so, as he is dead. There is no possible way the repository of authority exhibits could get their hands on that information.
I can't speak French. Seem you're unaware of the Tuspers' principles.
What principles? Also, did the music just start?
The family of Tuspers has always prided itself on sculpting its models to la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with the complete fidelity. E Vito, Viola, our principles. Well-known legend about the Tespals waxworks from the time of the French Revolution. Member of the Tespals family, said to have made a waxwork of the Queen who was executed. That is true, a certain century ago now. I believe the Queen's face was tarred in minutes following her death, actually, at the guillotine site. You are correct. The motto's on display still today in the House of Horrors. We Tespals stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects.
Dear me, somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose.
It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. Shh. And it has been my family's secret for generations, which I just, told everyone here now.
You mean to say beneath that mask?
Oi, the true visage of the killer is there.
This is ludicrous. It is out of the question.
The professor spread terror throughout the Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tespal special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer emerging from his own grave. It is a sight to behold. You should come.
I think, madam, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony in this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model, your personal involvement in its creation.
With pleasure. And then, maybe I will give someone my hat. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse in accordance with the Tespals family principles. I enlisted the aid of a gravedigger, created a mold for the head cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered.
Gravedigger? The man sanctioned this?
I would do all as necessary to achieve the true resemblance of my family is celebrated for. Even if it requires me to not speak English for a second. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did it do,
So you truly saw it, the face of that monster.
Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But Tespals would not be Tespals if we did not tuss with spells, and if we did not insist on the absolute fidelity of our sculptures.
I don't believe this.
I myself have seen the special exhibit in your museum, madam. And truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave.
So the gravedigger would have to have been Drebber, because he's the same guy.
Scene depicts the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here the newspaper from the time.
He's also clearly the same guy in the... Okay, whatever.
Special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. Most detailed account of what happened as reported by the eyewitness who saw it.
Man rises from the grave is too absurd for words.
The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That's why I've reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum.
It's a wax from the exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident of the Great Exposition, wasn't it?
That is correct. The professor you see before you here.
Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. Probably something stupid. Has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Drebber went on this crime together. Is that true of every waxwork in your museum, then?
It is, assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know.
What sort of letters?
Oh, you know, love letters. When my time comes, please make me a waxwork of me.
No!
My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made out of waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals, a symbol of status even.
Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax.
What does that make Sholmes?
It's thanks to one killer in particular that my museum gains such popularity in London. I've referred to the Star Special exhibit, of course, the Professor, whose form you came to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse. There are no exceptions to the principles of Tuspels.
Surely that's illegal, isn't it?
It would seem the proprietress of this repository of novelties was blinded by momentary greed. Had nothing to do with money. Man is part of London's criminal history, that's why I had to sculpt him, to record his history. Is the Reisenditre Tuspel's Museum. I do wish that the mouse copied his hand. I mean, it's also great that it doesn't move, but it would be funny if it copied his expressions and everything.
If the man was convicted in a closed court and sent to immediate execution, then surely nobody of the members of the judiciary present would know the killer's true identity.
I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the Professor. Do you realize what you are saying? The Professor's identity is a national secret for some reason. I understand, and now the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed. It must perhaps close. Of course it will, as will your entire museum if you don't tread carefully, madam. That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think, don't you?
10 years ago, on the night of the professor's execution, you took a whack impression of his face from the corpse?
Exactamento.
You were there longer than you expected to be?
I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open and I had some problems with the chin.
Dare I ask?
The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing, consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances I would have an assistant with me. However, that night I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time.
What do you mean?
When I take the impression of a visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death.
Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant?
Because of the Rigor Mortis.
Rigor Mortis?
I have this. The name given to a phenomenon that occurs recently in deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles of the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered.
Well, that wasn't an education, if slightly scary one.
As the man model says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw. I see, so that's why you wait. Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work.
It's getting hard for me to do my work, with all this talk of corpses. What about the information the court just heard from Madame Tuspels?
It's always significant.
Information about Rigor Mortis you just shared with us. Would you mind including in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see.
Of course, I do not mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave. Thank you, Sasato. This is why you're the best.
This is no time for jokes, Mr. Sato.
I disagree. Madam, kindly amend your testimony as discussed. Can we get a time?
Maybe must be the phenomenon you described, whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death.
Then you said it starts the jaw about 3 hours post-death, is that right?
Well, I didn't say that exactly, but, she did. But yes, the exact duration depends a little on the season.
I didn't realize the Waxburg artist would be so well versed in the subject.
No. That is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine.
Well, I had no idea about it, but maybe I won't admit to my ignorance about forensic science.
I could ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you like.
I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them, even though I deal with them so often.
Oh dear, I'll do my very best. Like no one ever did. See, when did he die? Do we have that information? Confirmed at midnight. Okay. We don't have... He didn't give us a time, though, which is weird.
The dawn was approaching. What was the time of day?
Okay, whatever. Fine.
Approximately.
Well, I could not say. But when I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax, the morning light was becoming visible. The execution took place on 17th of June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year.
Indeed it did. First light would have been around 4:40 in the morning.
It really is early.
The fact is I had very little time, so I finished my work in half an hour. Necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. Somebody discovered me there would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry.
Is it me, or does Mr. Sholmes seem to be taking shape more quickly now, too?
You only appear to go extraordinary lengths for your work, madam.
I wonder, is what you just said particularly significant?
Yes.
The details about how long it took to complete sculpture in the early sunrise. Could you include them in your testimony? I believe they may be significant.
Of course, if you would like me to. Quite right, Mr. Naruhodo. It's intriguing. Sunrise at 4 in the morning. It'd be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it?
That's not quite what I meant by significant.
Kindly amend your formal testimony then, madam.
The question is, which one do I present the thing to?
Objection!
Madam Tesples, I have here an autopsy report that was filled 10 years ago now. Confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows.
And is that a problem?
I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another.
What? Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? Or are you just going to... freeze? Yes, I could hear the sound had frozen. Are you going to explain... in yourself? Is basically what I heard. There we go. I'm back.
According to her testimony, Madame Tesples was creating her wax impression just before the dawn. At that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, madam?
You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening in the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 to 3 hours after death. Man's chin was limp, so he could not have been dead for a long time.
But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Sei's report, it clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June.
No!
If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would have already have set in.
Yes, you are right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff.
In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd.
In that case, only one possible conclusion. Execution didn't actually take place at the stated time.
I'm... impossible! Maybe he's not even dead.
Order! Counsel, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Sy, you also integrate members of the staff of Barclay Prison where the execution took place. By heck! Extraordinary! Not minor.
Objection. My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact.
What fact?
The professor died that night. Without question.
He did, of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands. There was no...
Objection. You don't know what he looked like.
Yeah, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows?
Didn't die at... Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case?
It wasn't possible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Sy, the professor, and that one other person of interest.
One other person?
It was to explain exactly what I'm suggesting to happen that night.
Counsel, present evidence at once. Evidence that allegedly explained what really happened the night of the professor's execution.
What do I have for... Oh. Hey, wait a second. What? Charles Darwin to receive Copley Medal? Mad Sheep Rampage? Unexplained phenomenon grips... Orsophire region. What? Also, it does clearly say here, Enoch Dreber. At Lowgate Cemetery, just behind the prison, on the night of the Foul Demon's execution, the newly interred professor forced his grave cover be clawed free of the earth. The young man who witnessed the scene was on the verge of raising a shriek when, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath stilled once more. The youth finally released the scream he had been holding and ran for his life. Huh. Yeah, the great stink. Oh, and it was written by Odiasman. I didn't even notice that before. That links all three of them into one stupid case. Also, 139. Is that on the waxwork? I don't know.
Happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns the dead at night at local cemetery.
You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now?
Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press.
Can you be certain of that?
Are you serious? I mean, man, come on.
Point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened.
My word, yes indeed.
The young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up.
Any case, it's 10 years ago now. There'd surely be no hope of finding him.
It's clearly in the name of...
Objection. Guys, do you read? On the contrary, my lord, we all know his witness well.
What?
Are you suggesting, counsel, that you identified the person in question? You know who claims to have seen this utterly incredible events take place?
Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say he's right here. Before my very eyes. Before everyone's eyes.
Update your latest claim now then, counsel. Who was the alleged witness to the staggering scene from Cemetery 10 years ago?
Can no one read in this game?
Man in question is Mr. Enoch Dreber.
Dreber?
The previous witness?
Special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork. Recreates that decade-old scene in the great detail. Also, it's literally in the newspaper. You guys can read, right? Is this why I always fail these? Because you guys can't read?
I don't know what a Blackwood means, Mimikyu, but probably.
condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. That young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Why can no one read?
Order! Order in the court. Surely not, Counselor.
Drebber was there, in Lowgate Cemetery.
What is all this talk about Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant? Of course, Madame Tusple doesn't know, does she? Yes, extremely significant, madam. To your situation as well, in fact. What situation? The theft of Professor Waxwork The theft of the Professor Waxwork from museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man.
No, but that would mean... Madame Tusples. Sherlock Holmes movie. He was hanged and deemed dead, but he gave himself poison that slowed his heart rate to make it appear he died from hanging. Well, apparently Drebber is also from a Sherlock Holmes thing. So... or a Sherlock Holmes thing. Whatever. Whichever one you want to go for. So, it very well could be a 1-to-1, Mimikyu. It appears you know the name, Enoch Drebber.
Yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past.
What? Good gracious.
Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
Yes, of course. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout the Great Britain, which you'd know if you just read. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man.
No, he's not! What are you talking about? It clearly says Mr. Drebber's dreadful encounter right here, and says his name right there. Objection, please.
No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed.
It was.
That is, apart from one newspaper.
Oh, okay.
The Daily Circus is the paper from which comes the article I've already shown the court.
Seeing his full name was only published in that article? Goodness me, yes, here it is. University student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber. Disciple of science at the University of London and resident of its student dorms.
Unbelievable! I didn't read it either, apparently.
What about the Mad Sheep Rampage? Is that important? When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night make a perfect exhibit for my house of horrors, whether it was the truth or not.
I see, so you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt the waxwork of the man, did you?
Exactamente. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for waxwork. And since that time, he has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from that cemetery.
You guys aren't allowed to make a waxwork of me, just saying. It's illegal. So, after that awkward pause, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary venue witness, a criminal who had been put to death, re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated claim nothing more than an amusing antidote, which was soon forgotten. Antidote. I don't know, words. 10 years later, the same man steals the waxwork model of the executed criminal, but simply uses a body double for the victim, case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim, and its face is obscured by a mask.
The question is, why would the man do such a thing? No concrete either. Can't just drive over me. Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed the Crystal Tower. Birdcage in fact contained not the body of Mr. Hasbin, but that same waxwork. The coroner from Scotland Yard investigated Dr. Scythe would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report from the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why?
Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying?
Dr. Scythe put her name on a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. The criminal's apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double. My lord, this court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. Defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected.
According to the missive I received this morning through the prosecution's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case?
She showed us to herself, didn't she?
Lord Van Zeeks won't be summoning me as a witness. And you have no right to, apparently, because the defense attorneys don't get anything. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it.
Lord Strongheart? Who?
The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make a mistake thinking you'll get any information out of me.
Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago. Surely no one wanted to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zeeks.
The prosecution calls for the instructions that missive to be scrapped.
But Lord Van Zeeks, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice Office.
Objection. I don't recall asking. The assigned prosecutor has the final say in the policy in any particular trial. In other words, me.
Yes!
Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together.
Order! Very well, I'll uphold your request. I don't care. I'm not gonna get fired for it. Send a subpoena of immediate effect addressed to Dr. Scythe Forensic Investigation Team. Woman's compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders.
Alright then. Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe. They weren't colluding with one another. This crime could have never been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away. I can feel it. Truth behind all of this. It's about to come out.
Oh, I'm here now too, apparently. Now Briley can pretend to have more than one female voice. I could do a higher pitched one, but that one really makes my throat burn for some reason. Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Scythe. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zeeks. You completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, there is no even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter who may concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt, though I am the only one in this game, other than my colleague here, who will remain unnamed and voiceless.
Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop.
I do not recall saying such a thing.
And Dr. Scythe, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. Even though that's stupid. Believe the defense, you collaborated with each other, and were both complicit in this crime.
And where is your evidence?
At present, we have no definite evidence, but we do have a very significant clue.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of killer known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago.
You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my very own eyes, and officially pronounced him dead.
That remains to be seen.
Is that so?
According to the newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, The killer came back to life. Don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Trevor, wasn't it? What you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality. It would make you privy to some very great secret of Dr. Science. A secret so profound it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Trevor, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth. What you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery.
Okay.
No, he was a student when we saw it. You can see the resemblance, actually, can't you? With the man and Madame Tusples, I mean? They got the black monocle. They're not gonna claim that's all he really saw, especially not after all these years. He was a research student at the University of London, was he?
A bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me.
Ha, ha, ha. What an interesting twist. When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters. And in a court of law, too. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth.
So, Mr. Trevor, your testimony, please, about the events of that night, 10 years ago. You know, you would tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery.
Yes, of course, as you wish. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery all those 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration in the newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realize I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Gave up my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of the newspaper article. Wait a minute, you're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now? Of course, you'd have to have a screw loose if you believed a corpse could come back from the dead. But, so you're saying this article is not worth the paper it's printed on? Ha ha ha, I think that would describe it perfectly, yes. If the details in the article aren't true, it nullifies your argument for why Mr. Trevor and Dr. Scythe would have been working together. Discrediting himself to cripple my argument?
Tell me, witness. You claim to have been the one in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate?
That's right, grave robbing, to be precise. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of the Barclay Prison. So among students in the university, it had a reputation of being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes. Exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead. So you were one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name. The Repurposers.
That's quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. Caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper which the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Ah yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Obviously, as time tickled on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done, claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish, very foolish.
Very well, counsel for the defense. You may proceed with cross-examination now.
Okay. Strange happening at Logay Cemetery which you now deny.
Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time, you know. I was shaking like a leaf. They didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself.
With the papers instead?
I started big with London news, but unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end, though, it was reports from the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. And it spread like a plague through the capital as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped at the tail.
The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets.
Yet only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive of ghost stories.
What about the article in the Daily Circus?
That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. I recounted him exactly what happened that night.
And from your description, you drew this illustration?
Precisely. That's how I learned the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see.
Newspaper reporters are wont to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate, then.
Well...
Can I present the camera? It said on the camera... I don't know, I'll just press everything.
That woman being Madame Tusples, of course.
Precisely. I must say I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later.
As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article, and I found the man.
Yeah, the article in the Daily Circus, you mean?
I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me.
So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display.
I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded. Apparently including my appearance.
Ah, I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day.
Did you? I can't say I remember.
What was it, madam?
His camera.
Ah!
Oh yes, I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion to any cemetery. Took a camera with you, sir? To what end? To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting the graveyard again after that night, so I sold it. I see.
But I still have it, monsieur. Part of a special exhibit in my House of Horrors. Very meticulous about such details. The Tusples way. This very camera Mr. Drebber took with him Logate Cemetery in the night in question that we just conveniently have with us.
Yeah, don't tell her that we stole it.
Oh, I got upgraded? Huh. Can we maybe look at the pictures now? Can we open it, Annie?
This is where the photographic plate goes, I think. Isn't it?
Yes, that's right. Isn't it incredible to think this was the actual camera Mr. Drebber used that night? Certainly never imagined a piece of evidence being displayed in Madame Tusples.
You're keen on everything being as true to life as possible, though, isn't she?
Oh, okay. There's no picture inside? What about this? Oh, it has blood on it.
Really love contraptions like this, don't you?
Anything mechanical I found absolutely irresistible.
Almost irresistible, surely.
Whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart.
That's worrying.
Yes, father tells me all the time the rumblings of his stomach now. He'd given up on having a watch.
Poor Professor Mikotoba.
Look, Mr. Naruhodo. On the bellows just here. There seem to be some very dark red stains.
Yeah, you're right. Looks like blood, actually.
It probably is. Oh my.
I'm sure it's not what you're thinking.
Just some ketchup. I guess I never actually examined this before. I was expecting pictures, but blood will do. And obviously he did see the thing, right? What are you talking about? Think I explained it already, didn't I? The Logate Cemetery is the rear of the Barcade prison. There were now been among students at the university being haunted by the ghosts of the condemned convicts. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard that night. As a result, I was only too willing to believe the nonsense about the dead coming back to life. You said you actually saw it. I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. And I clearly lost that. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise, unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night. I don't know. Any material evidence that could show he really did see the professor? If you have anything at all, Mr. Naruto. I know, I need to present irritating backtracking statement of his. The point is, the night was a pivotal moment in my life. Would it be the camera? Or would it be...
Objection.
Alright, Mr. Draper, but I don't believe that.
Don't believe what?
Your latest claim. You did see the professor that night, 10 years ago.
Oh dear, we seem to be at odds, but I was there, and you were not. I know what I didn't see.
We also know you're a really bad liar. The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalists that you witnessed. Figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask.
Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago, it was decided in closed court ruling the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial.
I mean, the prison wardens were to see the man's face.
Why? What is the point?
Obviously, the provision of the mask is not public knowledge. So, Mr. Trevor, as you just heard, a lowly student in the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask, unless you'd actually seen the professor that night. Inconceivable the artist would have included the mask in that illustration.
Not really what I was going for. I was just going for, you described it as you saw him, but sure, I'll take it.
Well, Mr. Draper?
Could you please stop doing that? It's a vile scene, isn't it, if you look closely? I've already been pained to point out I was utterly petrified. Which is why I had it in my head I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken.
You're still saying you didn't see it?
If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course, I'd only be too happy to oblige.
Can't believe he's still not going to concede the point. Almost as if he's a liar.
Fellow grave robber at work. What?
Hold it.
A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about?
Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see. You're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself? Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections.
Clearly the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity. Wouldn't you say? And there's more to this story, isn't there? Article goes on to say, next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. Bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath still stilled once more. I assume this discovered the mystery into work, perhaps. Fired upon one of them? If grave digging had shot someone in that cemetery, I think we might have been rather big news, my lord. Ah, yes, well, I can only assume as an embellishment bolted later on the reporter. Also, was that her voice? Huh. That, strange. I'll take it out on Mr. Sholmes. But I want to stab him. Oh, la la, pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. Be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that is all. And Monsieur Drebber could claim this now. If you don't mind me saying, madam, shut up. What are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you were recounting me about your adventures in the cemetery, non? Including the gunshot. Stop. You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection!
Objection. Have a care, Drebber. That's no way to speak to a lady. Please, Madam Tusples. Carry on. Like, now... Van Zeeks is full Edgeworth mode. Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort. None. You were very explicit about the details. About the mask the figure was wearing. And the blood that splattered over you when he was shot. Enough. Shut up, woman. You're making this all up. That will do. Mr. Drebber. Yes. You refute the account given by Madame Tusples. I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Come on, do you really expect us to believe you? Show yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom. Under the circumstances, I think it best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness. Very well. Is this where the blood comes in? Or any spattering of blood? Yes, okay.
Objection!
Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera? But that is the camera from the fateful night. Yeah, we, borrowed it from the House of Horrors. The camera you took with you to the cemetery that night. Yeah, one day, we're gonna get arrested for all the things we steal. One day. We got a crossbow. We got a piece of glass. We have this broken piece of balloon. We apparently just have the birdcage with us. We have this trophy. We have a helmet. I mean, literally everything. And is that supposed to be significant? County cameras rarely seen our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. Notice the lens extends forward to the end of the bellows. Like this.
Hold it!
Hold it. What is that? There, just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain. Ah. That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact. Good lord, are you suggesting? Yep. It appeared to be a splatter of blood. Something that could confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe? Oh, it'd be difficult to determine if it was a human blood or not the blood of some animal. No, it wouldn't. But yes, to test whether it's not blood at all, it'd be simple enough. I propose Madame Tusple's testimony was correct. And on the night in question 10 years ago, you were splattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, you know, for a magician, he's really bad at lying. And furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. Simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation that you're trying to hide the fact you saw the professor that night.
Objection, but why? Why would he want to do that?
Well, not for his own gain, it would seem.
For whose then? Who could benefit?
Mr. Jurors is obviously lying in order to protect somebody.
My goodness, he's shielding someone.
Yes, my lord, and clearly someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor's coming back to life to be exposed.
Well, counsel, who is it then?
What do you mean, who is it?
Who is the witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night?
Like, do I even... Like, he looked right at her.
Take that!
Obvious answer is Dr. Scythe.
Scythe.
Whatever do you mean?
Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light.
What are you insinuating?
And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor,
That would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
This is beyond the joke. Need I point out the dead cannot come back to life? What you are suggesting would mean the execution never actually happened.
yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain.
But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging.
That were really true, counsel. Implications of misconduct would not stop with supervising Corona.
I will never answer to any crime I've committed, Random. Not once.
Would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up.
And exactly because of those monumental repercussions, Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret, even if that meant being complicit in a crime.
You mean?
I mean, Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating with Mr. Jurors' wicked scheme. She coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body, Mr. Asman, with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Lord Van Zeeks, you almost kicked your apprentice there.
He would have dodged. I've trained him to do so. Pray forgive my freshly filled hollowed chalice, and a whole raft of other discourtesies now.
Goodness me.
It's just the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing.
What's that?
If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night, only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger? And disposed of him forever?
Well,
It was not thrown. It was in fact shattered.
I have no idea at the moment. I have too little information to work that out at present, I think. Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
Oh, he didn't have to cut it this time. The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend?
Consider what?
Do you realize just what dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such a criminal activity? The tantamount to declaring the war on the entire British police force and judiciary.
Right. Hard to imagine any sum of money being offered to research could warrant it.
To rely on stage deception when so much is at stake would be madness.
Well, I suppose.
And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too.
Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asman at all.
Or are you forgetting his death results would not, and me was not receiving a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim. No. There is a contract, that's very true. Motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme, especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. Research grant was the aim. Taking Mr. Asmund's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means Mr. Trevor's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asmund. Why? What was his motive then?
Your time is up, my learned friend. That was like 5 seconds. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade.
Oh, right.
Let's see if you can back up your ready proposal, shall we? Oh good, he dodges. He dodged before Van Zeek's arm was even halfway across his chest. Is he used to that, I wonder? Well, like, when he gets his memories back, will he have the muscle memory still? To dodge the thrown chalices? Maybe that'll save him in the final act. Someone will shoot at him and he'll instinctively move his head to dodge. Another question. Why is he here? He has done nothing. How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country?
At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence.
Alright, who exactly was Mr. Asmund Trevor? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet. I'm gonna have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. Slap!
Oh, his glove clips into his hand.
Yes, my lord. Emma's established motive explaining why the witness wanted him dead is right here.
Take that!
This newspaper article, my lord.
That was written 10 years ago, and every detail's been examined already. What can it possibly tell us?
That drivel should never have been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing.
Yeah, on its own, not particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asmund dead.
What other evidence?
Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. Evidence which cross-reference with the newspaper article. Establish the motive for the deed. Be the contract, right?
This is literally the same guy.
In this contract, my lord. My door. Mr. Drebber, this contract you signed with Mr. Asmund.
Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man.
No, I'm afraid not.
What?
Something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common.
Really?
And it's that the common link shows very clearly why you determined to kill Mr. Odai Asmund.
It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed, which is not surprising since none of us can read. So, my learned friend, well, you did miss the apprentice just now dodging a chalice, Mimikyu. Point out these 2 pieces of evidence have in common. What exactly is the link between this newspaper article and the contract?
Take that!
What these 2 pieces of evidence have in common, it's a signature.
A signature?
I'm afraid you did miss it. No, we did not clip it. But it's there. Whoa, jeez.
Thanks, Sapphire. Signature in the illustration accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person.
What?
As the court has heard, the illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal.
will deliver.
Hello, Reborn. Hope you're having a good day and not exploding.
Look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. If you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, clearly see Mr. Asman's signature at the bottom. Exactly the same, almost as if it was copy and pasted.
Let me see now. Good lord, yes, they're identical.
In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odai Asman.
Shutting down.
Objection!
Objection, but explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asman?
Well, if you think back, remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to cells reasonably ludicrous.
That is quite beyond the pale. You invite divine retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. Then I gave up my dream of becoming a scientist. It was all because of that newspaper article.
At the time, you were a student at the University of London, who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, a single newspaper article changed your entire life.
Mr. Admin used the newspaper journalist, did he?
He did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Asman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter.
So you had to give up on your dream and leave the university. You lost everything. Eventually you found yourself working on a field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article. Written by Mr. Asman.
Enough.
At least you didn't, try to be a dancer, because you only know how to do the robot.
Stop this in the drivel about my life.
What?
Feed yourself, Mr. Drebber.
Yes, it is true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back.
What do you mean?
Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypothesis anyway. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or another after all.
Good gracious.
Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. So his right hand, which is on the left, like his finger is like really weirdly curved. I'm wondering if he has two robot hands. Being forced out of the university because of Logate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Mr. Drebber, you genuinely believe that?
Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess talent for science than me?
I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all.
How dare you?
I have evidence to prove it.
What? How are you in position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Who? Fine, if you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it.
Well, for one, you're clearly a cyborg.
He's entirely a robot. Maybe he's never been real.
Take that!
Just listen to his voice. Just, you know.
Remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it in your workshop.
Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science?
What exactly is this trophy, Counsel?
It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed upon a young scientist, my lord.
There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future.
Good gracious.
Prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear you had no intention of forgiving the man. Now, according to Ryu, it's a back scratcher, is how he described it earlier. Or like a back massager. The truth is... Finally, it's gonna fold. Who's saying hold it now? Oh, was it you? Ha, fine. Clearly this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. What?
What are you doing?
It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago.
No.
Good lord!
Dr. Saith, do you realize what you're saying, woman?
It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring me in the face with his lack of face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket.
Dr. Saith, you will go along with my plan. For someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night, 10 years ago.
All the instructions were there on the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now.
Why on earth would you buckle now?
Well, there's no point trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice admitted everything.
Surely it goes without saying.
You admit your partner too, then?
I admit nothing. At all. Have you forgotten the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's nearly no way for you to prove I did anything wrong.
You admitted that you blew it up, so...
Order!
Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with it as planned, blah blah blah. And Lord Van Zeeks... Yes? I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course.
More than enough now. Hereby present the final findings of this court. This trial is not the proper form in which to pursue this alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. Defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain.
Very true. It had slipped my mind. Isn't he the one of your closest friends?
I do not have those.
As the court has heard, Dr. Scythe admitted the allegations brought on by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt.
Oh, you mean...
At the present time, at the conclusion of the court, the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection?
Yes. I assume yes. Oh, none, my lord.
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. Proving Professor Harebrain's innocence.
Without further ado, then, the adjudication, unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss.
I don't know. Doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Scythe suddenly admit to it like that? Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, Judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. Is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is...
I guess further testimony? He doesn't seem to want to end it.
Objection! The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord.
I beg your pardon?
We demand one final testimony.
I have another chalice out, in case you were curious.
You do realize I'm about to advocate in favor of your client, I presume?
What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would ever do that.
Heh. I think you'll find that in my line of work, none of us are in our right mind. Mr. Naruhodo, what are you thinking?
He apparently pays a personal... He pays someone very specific to make them to his very specific demands. So probably a lot. Well, our true objective as a defense attorney isn't merely to get him not guilty. It's to find the truth. From start to finish.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And a way to bring it all out into the open.
Right.
Yes, in hindsight.
Also, one thing they never brought up is why was he stabbed? Why was he stabbed with the screwdriver? We never got the answer to that one. If in course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt in the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. Admittedly, I forgot he said this. I've already forgotten Sholmes was in this case. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass.
I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. Must have deduced this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client. And to secure an acquittal.
Obviously.
But that's not all. I believe I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case till the very last detail is laid bare. And that's why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe.
Testimony from me? About what?
About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Inarch.
Ha! In case it slipped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. I'm wasting everyone's time. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted from him. Simply no point protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination. Oh. Are you gonna put another one out there? Pray forgive my carelessness of handling that hallowed bottle. I slipped. It slipped from my grasp, much like the reason for my apprentice being here has slipped from my mind.
That's what you call it?
What is your objection, Lord Van Zeeks?
The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid. If there is more to this case than has yet come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. You'll what?
Lord Van Zeeks.
He's always been on our side when he's not being really rude.
Most irregular, to say the least. However, as prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Scythe, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Dr. Drebber. Or Mr. Drebber, sorry.
Very well. Also bothers me that they both have plus signs, like, on their coats. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside his jacket. Actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately.
The whole team?
Truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret at the highest level. I had to protect it. Pray forgive my inability to give you a proper reason of my objection. It slipped my mind. I had hoped to come up with one while it was in the air. I didn't. Objection!
No, he's right. The stage and the machine were all specially designed for the deception.
So it seems, and meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy.
So kind of you to say, I think.
What about this autopsy report, then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all? That's a terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you.
Must be thankful for some mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe the testimony clarified everything. No particular need for cross-examination, I would say.
No, I disagree. Can't shake the feeling of something wrong. Look at that expression on Dr. Scythe's face. Defense is right to cross-examine any witness following testimony.
I had hoped to come up with an objection while throwing my wine bottle. My hollowed bottle. But I didn't. Pray forgive the discourtesy of wasting the court's time, as I think of another— Wait, objection! I thought of something. What is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent? Well, I was instructed by a British man to be doggy persistent.
Very well, if you so desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord.
Ow.
I don't know why. I think they should have gone a little extra mile by putting Van Zeeks on our side for that one animation. This one bugged me. How did you arrange it?
When you say arrange, I presume you mean with this?
Yes, the instruction of the engineer note said something along the lines of, fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Hairbrain alone could have killed Asmon.
So, you mean that was your doing?
I fetched Hairbrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage, and took it with me, alone, to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen.
Alone, Doctor?
I didn't feel it to be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. But also... Oh, well, there he is. There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. Wasn't the screwdriver on top of the stage, though? I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up.
Then I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. I'm used to it, you know. I'd handle scalpels quite often. And you know that your fake autopsy report has a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So, the actual cause of death was the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. My word. What is it, Mrs. Santa? Something about Dr. Sykes' last statement. It's playing on my mind, that's all. Yeah, mine too. Dr. Scythe! There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. Defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Oh? Which part? What I wanted to supplement his testimony with is... How you stabbed Mr. Admin in the chest, that part. Fine, if that's what you want, there's really no need to point. The prosecution concurs. Strongheart did say no, but when we pointed out that she was clearly the only one that could have possibly had anything to do with there being 2 bird cages, Van Zeeks was like, alright, you know what? I'm the only one that gives orders here. So I call her to court. Strongheart has no power over me. I have power over me. It's basically what he said. The victim's corpse lay in the toppled cage and plunged a screwdriver into the chest. Do we have a thing against that? This one's tough, because I'm wondering if I should have gone with the other one. But clearly, he was stabbed in the chest. But... Would it... Wait, no, if she moved him... then there wouldn't be blood on the thing, right? I'm confused. Let's press it and see what she says. You stabbed Mr. Asman with this! Yes, far easier than dissection, I assure you. No precision required. What a welcome change. The victim died instantly from a snapped neck. All I did was carry out the instructions I've been given. And unflinching as ever, no doubt. I imagine you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon into his body. Huh. There was no need to bat my eyelids. What else did you do to twist the facts? Remind the court, why don't you? If you wish. Okay. The entire team and perverting the course of justice? Team consists of very best investigators there are. I demand loyalty from all members. We operate on a code of chivalry of sorts. And break the law, of course. You aid and abet murder and commit perjury and dare talk of chivalry? That's just messed up, man. It was a matter of priorities. What?
Nothing was more important than protecting the secret of the professor. Also, sorry, I had a text. My team did what necessary for losing sight of the primary goal. I consider their conduct exemplary.
That's pretty messed up.
Don't concede the point, Mr. Naruto. You mustn't let her win. I need a lawyer. You are a lawyer! I'll take the silence as a tacit acceptance. Now, can we move on? The only thing I can think of would be... like, the blood is splattered onto the little things holding him down. She didn't move the whole thing, right? She said she did that on her own. I doubt she moved a whole bird cage on her own.
Objection.
The music stopped. I got a nasty feeling. This inconsistency points to extremely uncomfortable truth.
What on earth is the matter, Counsel? You lost your tongue?
No, I just used it. I apologize, my lords. Dr. Scythe, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point. Just one little point. It seems to defy explanation. Dealt with it, my learned friend. Obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph. Makes me laugh. Shows the victim of the birdcage following the events that led to his death. Objection. The court has already examined that photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it. Yeah, we have already considered it. That's true. We know the facts to be different. What do you mean?
I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in this photograph do we see the alleged inconsistency with the witness's statement?
I guess, like, on the bloodstain?
Take that.
Look closely at the bloodstain in the victim's chest. Clearly extends downwards direction towards the man's... Oh, I didn't put that together at all. But okay.
And why is that significant, Counsel?
Because if he was laying down... then it would have just been a blood clot there.
Victim was stabbed almost before the kinesis machine set in motion. That's entirely expected. Ah! Of course, no! That's not what happened.
Exactly, my lord. Dr. Scythe made it very clear in her testimony just now. The point in which she stole Professor Harebrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. Yeah, I knew it was the blood, just, you know, on the thing, but whatever. From the shape of it, it's clear the birdcage would have fallen on its side after a 30-foot drop. The victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position. The blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For the deformed longitude appearance we see in the picture, it's inconceivable. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Scythe, your latest testimony was total fabrication. I knew it. I was right. Now I identified that contradiction. Only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under the great misapprehension here. What? Again? What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Scythe, you claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. Claim you made changes to the scene of the crime in order to implicate the defendant, and you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks.
But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer. If that is the case, what is it, man? I mean, come on! I'm dropping my accent. I'm dropping all sense of my fancy wordings. What is it, man? Just come on, tell me.
Counsel, you've clearly stuck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Doctor's story is shown to be a lie by the contradiction of testimony?
How she was coerced, I guess, right? Well, no, I guess it would be the stabbing.
Answered very simply if you consider the sequence of events. If, when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards, as it did, be sure the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. But as you so rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yeah, it would. Which tells us, victim must have stood in that position of his own accord.
Objection.
That's impossible, the man was dead, remember? No, that's the misapprehension. When the birdcage fell from the stage of the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. But it hit it foot first, so he was fine. Oh, I can't believe I even have a movement scene in this. Mr. Asmund didn't die in the fall. Oh, jeez, okay. Ow, ow, ow. Probably lost conscious for a while, but when he came around, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Scythe appeared. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything.
I forgot I was here.
Mr. Odai Asmund's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrained, nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe.
Oh, Madame Tusples is gone.
Order! Can this possibly be true? Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him.
You hoped that by admitting to be an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end. Before you were accused of far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. Oh, do shut up. So desperate now, you're making this all up, as if I would do something like that. Objection. I assure you, the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Arudo established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Ha! Logic. Don't make me laugh, even though I already did. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. What? What do you mean? I thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. I don't need one. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Asmund? Asmund was involved in any number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder. No known connection to Dr. Scythe here.
Rather leave to say, it does seem somewhat far-fetched.
True, there's no obvious motive. Still something in the back of my mind. Feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this. Yes, I may have tampered with the crime scene and coerced a fake report, but murdering someone for no reason is an entirely different story. No, when you question what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asmund, something did come to mind. What?
What was it, Counsel? Lighten the court at once.
Enlighten me too, because I don't actually know this one.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday, didn't we?
We did? Oh man.
Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. Particular object explains why Dr. Scythe would have wanted to kill Mr. Asmund.
Iron Mask. Do I need to go back and watch my own VOD? Because I don't really remember what we saw yesterday. Okay, let's... It wouldn't be the Iron Mask, because that doesn't... I don't know why that's even there. It wouldn't be the Screwdriver, so it's gotta be Scalpels, but I genuinely don't remember the Scalpels. I'm just basically, you know, jeoparding this. I don't need to save. I have plenty of shots left, but I'm gonna go with Scalpels because that's the only thing that connected to her, specifically. Like, the Iron Mask is Madame Tussble's, the Screwdriver's Hairbrain. She's a doctor. The Scalpel, or rather, Scalpels.
Did you say scalpels?
Okay, I guess that was right.
Fear that the word struck a chord, Doctor.
You, come on, out with it.
It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory.
Oh, right, the unlisted payment.
Look at this big, thick book here. Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger.
The only thing they pointed out. I totally forgot about this book.
Record of all the forensic investigation team's spending, I think.
Oh?
What is it?
Clearly the team purchased various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... Well, one entry seemed rather strange.
Really? In what way?
They're buying 500 scalpels every month. I forgot that includes scalpels. I was thinking of an actual scalpel.
500 scalpels a month?
Yeah, at first I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts.
Asmon's criminal organization relied heavily on extortions for its funding. Tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's account to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward.
10 years ago, when Mr. Adams was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, may well stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Scythe's darkest secret, that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade.
Her darkest secret? Good lord, you mean...
I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago. Clearly this opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asmon in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever.
I would have gotten away with it too, wasn't for this meddling cyborg. You'll never understand, none of you. The thing on the back of her head? For one, it looks like it can just screw off, and I guess her brain would fall out. But also, it kinda reminds me of Shom's flower thing. Well, we've had to keep covered up all these long years.
Who cares?
Though I guess most of them have a flower pattern thing. Even Van Zeek's has one. I do not care about the identity of a mass murderer.
May little machine remains of Rogers ripped apart by the bomb. Truth of this case can never be properly established, unless you speak out.
And if you decide not to, very possible that Courtney Scythe will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done. Tell the court the truth about what happened. 10 years ago you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consideration now.
consultation now. Well, however, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever that hold that the hold that fate's had over you all these years. Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis? I mean, really. It's the addled brain mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypothesis, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's.
Entertain me.
Brown dab.
Brown dab? Why brown? Oh, it's just the person that... Why is this snowman, though? Don't eat the brown snow. But thank you so much for the 32 months, Pika. I really appreciate your constant subscriptions, even though I don't know why. Also, Pika, you will appreciate this. Or rather, you will feel my pain. I've played Isaac a few times, just idly, I was like, I'll play Tainted Lost, see if I can at least get to, like, Mom's Heart or something. 5 times in a row, I would look away because, like, Penny coughs, or someone, like, catches my attention, or, like, one time I sneezed, and the brief second that I wasn't looking, I ran into something and died. Every time. I had a really, really good run going too, and I entered a room. I entered the boss room. I forget the guy's name, the guy with 2 missing eyes that float around the room. It instantly shot lasers at me and killed me. I didn't even have a chance to move. I don't blame Penny, I blame the game. I don't think ghosts should take damage from spikes. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness. Careful, Mr. Driver. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it? No, you admit it. You admit it was nothing more than a sham, made for the purpose of killing the victim? Yes, I admit it. I did it all. In the name of revenge. Revenge for the future Mr. Asmund article deprived you of 10 years earlier. Probably? I have no idea, Riesling. But the revenge you sought didn't stop Asmund, did it? Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see. The condemned convict you saw rising from the grave at Logate Cemetery 10 years ago. Your account of those events was all true. Then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing in the future career he might have had. Your plan required you abduct that particular waxwork model, in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well, or on Dr. Scythe, to be precise. I don't know. Probably. I'm sure she's been in there a few times, but... It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asmund turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He is one to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. The article on the front page caught my eye, about the coroner who handled that bogus autopsy, being appointed head of the new forensic team. When I learned that news, my cognitive process started to devise a plan. What a horrid tale. He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him, for revenge. And I have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I had to suffer. Will we see the professor's face, though? Also, Kazuma, why have you done nothing? Why are you here? Nice shoes, though. Action against those who ruined your future were justified as revenge. At least, to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly what you... that to someone else, didn't you?
Did I?
Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis, but you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago. Now there's misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions result in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man who's older than me, I think. Yeah, he's 33. But whatever, it's fine. Shutting down. That's not how age works, Riesling.
Lord Van Zeeks, what of Dr. Scythe?
An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's been remained in custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in coming days along with Mr. Drebber, which we will not be part of.
Most regrettable situation indeed. Made great contribution to a profession over the years, really hard truth to swallow. However, topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Harebrain. Oh yes, I forgot I was here. Oh, yes. Seems a great deal more in your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you're absolved of all guilt.
What about Side's daughter? She wanted to cut us up. I remember that scene. Always a red flag. She does. She showed up very briefly asking if she could cut us up, and then we never saw her again. She doesn't even have a thing in here. You know, we got this guy, but we don't have her.
Whole experiment taught me a very great but painful lesson. Me, this dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool.
Professor. Probably.
I spent my life thinking about nothing but my research. Misguided, believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to, desperate despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process, I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I.
No, Professor. That is not true.
What?
Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing, and his alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way.
Lord Van Zeeks. That was almost, nice.
The assertion with which we referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even, well, I mean, the man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams, that's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices.
Oh, Barak. Thank you, Barak.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. This court's explanation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections? None from me, my lord.
Certainly not. This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision.
It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever.
Huh? What's that? He's done easy. It's all over.
I don't know what's become of the yard all these days. I don't recognize the place. Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant...
We did it!
And also, I don't know if you want that Mimikyu. You'd also have to learn how to dodge hollow chalices being thrown at you. Not even if you do anything wrong or right, you just have to learn how to dodge them when they come.
Court is adjourned.
Are we not going to learn who the professor is?
It's over. That was some trial.
Objection? No.
Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it? Oh, yes, it is. Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain.
Just stand on his left. He'll just throw bottles to his left.
Mr. Naruto, Mrs. Sato, I am truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough?
I'm glad it's all been cleared up. You realize you were caught up in a bad situation.
Right now, you know, if I had that research grant money, I'd give it to the whole lot of you.
Yeah, well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so...
We don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than a...
No, Sasato, we definitely need money. We definitely need money.
It is the Natsumi voice, yes. They have the same energy about them, with their constant poses. And also, we'll never see Natsumi again, so...
Oh dear, what can I do? Aha! How about this? I was a memento. A paper of my hypothesis inside.
Just as a memento then, thank you.
I've been wondering, Professor. What are you going to do now?
Oh my. Yes. What am I going to do? My hypothesis of my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the Great Exhibition whilst I'm here too, see if any new inspiration hits me.
I can't allow that. Who was it? Oh.
Lord Van Zeeks! What are you doing here?
Barak.
I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert.
Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down your prey, throwing glasses and chalices.
You're one of the few true friends I have. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution or the defense.
Sorry? Or the defense. Did I just hear that right? Did I just get a compliment?
I always knew that you had my best interest at heart. Don't worry. But it was still scary. How about you show me around while I'm here in town? Been a long time since I left the university. We had a lot to catch up on.
Listen, Albert, I said you were a true friend, and I keep my true friends at a long, long distance. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll head right over. I'll accompany you.
What?
From there on, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets.
But no. Hold on a minute, Barak. What about the Great Exposition? This is a chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around.
No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea.
Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those guys, Barak.
Lord Van Zeeks. What's all this about?
Unnecessary precaution.
Yes, I think I understand.
You do?
Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Zeeks at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing.
Yeah, that's right. I do remember being surprised at the time, thinking it was nice of him to ask.
I think the point is Mr. Natsume is still alive and well.
Oh, right, the whole Reaper thing.
Even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor.
Ah, you mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas?
Those in the Reaper's sights meet their ends days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up until now. But of course we know that both Mr. Natsumi and Gina were completely innocent. True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend. Barak, you want me alive? Like the mustache Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That is why I'm packing him off to Germany at once.
Right. Does your friend-shaped package get any say in it?
Goodness, was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Zeeks?
In court, where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless. And yet, sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all.
You just thought something rude, didn't you? It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being. Can I at least stay at a hotel? Alright then. Well then, Mr. Naruto. Thank you so much for everything.
Not at all, Professor. It's a pleasure getting to know you.
Best wishes, Professor Hairbrain. Well, once the dust is settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now. And then we never saw him again. No, my Nipponese friend.
Oh, yeah? I thought you'd gone too. You kind of faded away.
We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time?
You want to talk with me?
I'll be waiting in the courtroom 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. Are we gonna open Pandora's box or whatever? The Enigma, Barrack von Zeeks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? Answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes, then, in 10 minutes.
What's gonna happen? Oh, this is still here. Okay, maybe now they'll reveal the helmet. So, are you satisfied? You save a guiltless scientist from a great injustice.
Yeah, I think so. I'm relieved at least that the man's innocence should be proven.
Also, this man's still here. Anyway. I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from.
Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. Imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now I think differently. Clearly know our ways, so I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please?
The professor... I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest. Even though the professor is a very common term. And he probably should have had a different name. He took your brother's life. And I guess he was Japanese. Clint. My brother's name was Clint Van Zeeks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens. He was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of these programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan. If it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father. Of course, I remember Dr. Mikotoba well. I had no idea. I was a minor at the time, training in the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to 3 visiting Nipponese. So you've actually met my father? He and his colleagues were very polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting to the standards.
My first encounter with the Nipponese spirit and it made a very great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even, just an ever-growing list of victims. He is 33 years old. I can't look at the thing right now, but he is 33. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved.
I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. Truly.
Clint was always ready to put his life on line for justice anyway. So he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. A coffin. When I finally found the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time.
In plain sight?
Are you aware of the political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between British and Japanese empires.
New treaty was being forged, I think.
Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. Is that a real treaty? The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our two nations could very well have ended up at war.
What? A war? Between Britain and Japan? That would have been a lot of boats.
But that would mean... You mean to say the professor was...
When the trial reached its conclusion
Oh,
earlier,
voice acted.
I thought to myself, yes, it's time.
It's time. Oh.
Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
Gonna be someone we actually know, though?
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
I don't recognize him, but something did bug me. Also, I'm pretty sure that he doesn't have a mustache. Yeah, I don't know him either, but he doesn't have a mustache. He's got the Gold Roger syndrome. That's definitely nose hair.
Wait a minute. That face.
Oh, does she
I
know?
feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Yes, canonically, Gold Roger has long nose hairs, not a mustache. Oh. You're gonna keep the mask on, friend?
Father.
Father? Wait, but this is... Wait, but this is Kazuma.
What? Father?
It's Kazuma, right?
Kazuma!
What?
My best friend.
Kazuma Asogi.
After a whole
Oh
year,
yeah.
finally his memories returned.
But not his headband, apparently.
As he stood there before me.
Kept you waiting, huh?
Ryunosuke.
I'm absolutely going to stab him, although the mouse might beat me to it.
Hello again. My friend.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
You can just call her Sasato.
It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
I'm talking about the mouse, of course.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily.
Yeah, seriously. I definitely thought he got Mia'd. No, the sword's mine.
I owe you thanks, too, for taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh, right, the sword.
Karuma, the great blade of the Asogi clan, passed down through the generations.
I like how the mouse is just also looking down at us.
When we left Japan, this...
Yeah, Van Zeeks is just like, I thought this would be like the great revelation, but I guess your friend here being, you know, alive or whatever, fine.
The Japanese man's katana is his soul. He couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword, and I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared.
My apprentice's father killed my brother? Oh no.
With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
I had just given this back to... Wait, now he has two swords.
I've made it. At last.
Father. Are you saying... Surely not. You mean... You knew all this time?
Well, in their defense... In the sailor's defense, Sholmes is the one who said he was dead, and you don't doubt a great detective, even if he is just kind of a dummy.
I'm looking at it. But... I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
Who I never met, apparently. Oh, okay. Don't... Hey, we need to pay for that. Oh, okay. Well, Madame Tusples is gonna be pretty upset. Also, you just cut through metal. And wax, but also metal.
Kazuma-sama.
Like, those arms are attached with metal.
Ryunosuke,
That's me.
we have much to talk about. But now is not the time.
Please don't get shot. Please don't reveal the Sharingan either.
I'll be seeing you.
Also, where's Van Zeeks? Well, that was awkward.
That's all Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
He dies again? I'm stabbing him. Oh, so he's the living after image of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Yeah, Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. 3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there. Some connection.
Why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Cosmo Lord Van Zeek's apprentice? When he was suffering amnesia, too.
The man was apprehended, even executed, but his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting with me as I asked. Why did he just fade away? I should have taken care of him when I had the chance.
10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I'd ever seen him. Where's Sato-san? All this tied up with painful memories for her, too. Never talked about this with me before, though. Took time to adjust to having father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, that his friend had left behind a son, a boy 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father, so he's studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I started to become a qualified judicial assistant. I'm sure you worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Asogi. So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time, as if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one.
Alright guys, you don't need to spell it out for us. You know? So do I not have a sword anymore?
The demasking!
Twisted Karma and his last bow. Is this where Von Karma comes back? Or Bo? Well, from random Rambimbic, they only have knives. They don't have swords. But we finally got to the finale of that chapter, and we got Kazuma back, and then he left. You know, it's kind of sad that your best friend, who's thought to be dead, comes back to life, and then he's like, well, nice seeing you again, and then he leaves. Will Kazuma show up as a prosecutor or defense attorney? That's the great mystery that will be in the next chapter, I assume. And also, will Van Zeeks be fired because he broke Strongheart's, you know, one order of, hey, don't do that. I also have swords. I have a wooden katana, weirdly enough. I have a rusted old sword, and I have a giant broadsword. Probably not. Although I would say that he got along with Van Zeeks pretty well while he wasn't talking. Like, Van Zeeks didn't even have to say anything. He just held his hand out, and there you go. There's a note, or there's a hollowed bottle opened. But either way, I should probably eat food at some point. So that'll be it for today. And tomorrow, unless everything explodes and I evaporate amidst the cosmos, we will be beginning a new game or something. But I hope you all enjoyed our Ace Attorney adventure. Yeah, some like opposite Edgeworth stuff where he has to become the prosecutor, not because he was raised by a prosecutor, but in order to get back at his father, who was a defense attorney, maybe? I don't know. But either way, thanks so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed my terrible voice acting. And I hope to see you again the next time we stream. I guess I can move this back over here. There you go. Because now we don't have the sword. But anywho, have a good night. Boy for now.